Can we figure out where we left off? Figure out why that doesn't work. No. Okay. Back. There we go. So, can I remember where we were? What's happening? Right, so here we have actions, right? The actions simply need to be fixed. It's that simple. Command animation. I don't think that's something that it should have anymore. That is hot. Jesus. And this effect data. I feel like this is wrong. Morning, Jolly. How's it going? Yeah, not sure how it's going. We'll have to find out. Now something is wrong here. Doesn't have that. What else? Something like that. Entity data still seems to want an ID, but I don't want an ID. What is it complaining about? I'm trying to... Oh, is it this? I'm trying to figure out, or trying to just work through all of this. I'm still reworking things when it comes to animations and like systems in general. My objects. Trying to remove stuff from them and add it back using some kind of class, like a module. So I can just plug in functions. That's what I'm trying to do. What are you bitching about? Oh yeah, no, it's those. Should this be a struct? Not sure. No, I think this should be a class. I still think this should be in here though. No, not really. I'm not sure what to do with this. Because there's like no reason to not use. Class. If I make it a class, I then have to make a class object database where I'd have like every object that I want to make as like a class. But if I don't do that, if it's a struct, then I have to do that anyway, except it's gonna be like more annoying, I think. So this should not be like this. This should just say I mean this should just be a public LOT entity data. Right? And that's it. And this here shouldn't really be used. And so we're gonna need like a entity data database, but I think that should be called object data. And then we want pretty much the same Oh, I already did that. Yeah, we're already doing that. Right. So... we have an LOT object data module. Instead of this. So... what if we take this and... we comment it out? That way we'll generate a lot more errors. Which is good. And we can find the rest that we need to delete. All right. Something like that. This, I'm gonna wait. Oh, ciao, ciao. How's it going? Doing good, just got done with the Quarian part of Mass Effect 3. Nice. Wait, hold on. This is the combat module. I did some dumb things here, so let's go through that. Again. Here. Because I'm checking the status effects by in the combat module by going back to the base object and then entering the combat module again. So it's like looping back for no reason. Those things should still be error. A lot of this going on. It would be more ideal to control F and just delete it that way. But fuck it. I want to see what happens, what I'm doing. Alright. Hello, Superman. How's it going? I'm a Ragnarok streamer. I'm playing on Pion Stories. Don't think this should have base object. This should not be like that. This should just be that. Ah, fuck. That kind of sucks. So each module needs a reference back to its base object, but here in the data module, I would like to be able to say this is the animation module, this is the behavior module, this is the combat module, this is the input module. Maybe I shouldn't do that here. Oh, fuck. Because the problem that I'm running into now is when it comes to instantiating objects. They should preferably not be instantiated. Like they should be an object should be transformed into what I need it to be. And that's where this kind of becomes a problem, because in order to turn something into another object, I now have to instantiate a new class. Right? Unless this is static. Maybe all the object data is static. Is this just a lookup table? Is that what this is gonna be? Oh shit, this is so annoying. I'm just thinking how to structure this. Uh, Because the idea is that I have a pool of objects. And when I mean to render or... well, not necessarily even render. When I mean to add a new object, it should be taken from the pool. And... oh wait, that's not even right. What am I doing? Why am I pooling that? So stupid. Yeah, no, I'm going about this wrong. So What I have been erroneously doing is I have been making pools of my game objects. I don't need pooling. I actually don't need pooling. Think. I don't need pooling. So the way it's gonna work, I think, because the point of pooling, right, is to minimize rendering. So when you're working in Unity, what you do is you create a pooling system that deletes game objects from the screen when they're no longer needed. Like, if an object goes outside of the screen, the game object gets removed, or it gets returned to the pool. And if another object comes on to screen, the game object is pulled from the pool and turned into that thing. But this is a Unity solution, right? Like, this is a rendering optimization. It's done so that you don't need to have game objects with renderers and everything attached to every single thing that you have in the game, and then you can have like internal logic instead that just handles where objects are and what they're doing, and that's a lot faster than having it all attached to game objects individually. So you're just like internally tracking the logic, and then if something within the logic does something that makes it appear on screen, or if the camera moves somewhere to make them appear on screen, then we request an object and we turn that object into the thing that we're tracking logically. And that's a way to optimize rendering in Unity, because game objects are kind of slow and clunky. But I'm not using game objects. So I don't need pooling. The only thing I could pool is like I could handle animation and stuff like that in a way that minimizes logic. So it's like if the animation wouldn't show up on screen, then we're not gonna bother setting, you know, changing sprites and shit like that. That's one thing you could do, but I think that's rather minimal. That is literally just changing like an X and Y variable in the shader. more or less. It's a rect, so it's an XY width and height. All right. Well, in that case, I think it maybe doesn't matter. But I think this is still correct, maybe? Getting rid of these here. It's a little... I'm not 100% sure that my approach here is quite correct. Because but I think it's for the best. I think it's better that it's all separated like this into their own modules. No matter what. I think it makes it more approachable from a logic point of view, just thinking about it. Just having each character having a module. It has a data module, it might have an animation module, it might have a combat module, it might have an input module for like controllers. I don't know if the input module is really something that should exist. I think input should probably be actually not even in the object itself. Input should probably be handled in the main controller. In a way where we just say this is the target. You know, you have a target object. And then the input system is just going to affect whatever the target is. Right? Instead of it being like this character has an input module, and then we have to check every single character that currently has an input module to see if, you know, that's something that needs to be affected by the inputs. I think that's kind of stupid. So I think we'll not do that. I think all of these need to go. Right. And now what I want to do is let's make an LOT object database. Right? And this is gonna look pretty much the same as all the others. I'm just gonna copy this. And here now, we're gonna say LOT object. Right? And then how do we make ARIA? That's where things are gonna get a little bit complicated. Because here, an object takes this, right? And it does a lot of things here. And I don't want to do any of this. So, but what we do want is, or what we can take, is the tile position, and that's it. And then here we can now do this. We just set the module here. That, in fact, these should all be like that. And now, when we reference the base object, we can just do this, right? Because it's getting created here, and then it's just gonna refer to it. Combat module is gonna be new, RIA. Using LOT databases. Now we can say new RIA. Yeah. New LOT combat module database. Entities TC RIA. Right. Input module should not exist. I'm gonna do this just so I remember if I ever see it again. Like that. But we also need data object data module equals new LOT object data module database dot entities dot pc dot ria. Like that. And that should pretty much be it. That's all that we really should need to say here. However, that being said, we do have all of these things here. And maybe we just do that. And then we can set this, and then we say base LOT, or base. No, that doesn't work. This is gonna have to be like an init thing, I believe. This here, this is just overwriting this, so why does this object have screen rect? So stupid. Like, why am I fetching that? Just access it from the main controller. like that. And then here we can now say initialize tile position. There. And then it's just gonna set everything. Alright, I'll be right back. Shit. And there's the next problem. Saving and loading. Oh, fuck. But I'll deal with that later. Because it's one of those things that you can solve it in a myriad of different ways. The way I had solved it was that each object had an ID, right? And I removed that because I was like, why does this have an ID? So that was why. It was a way to read it and load from somewhere. And I've also complicated it by turning things into classes. Because before, what I could do was I could just save the number 1, and then I loaded it, and then I just accessed the database at 1 and loaded the data there. And that was it. But now it's going to be a lot more complicated, because if I make it, if I give something an ID now, it's gonna have to be like, if Ria is 1, the loader is then gonna have to check, like, what does 1 mean, and then we translate 1 to Ria, and then we have to fetch that. And it's not gonna be enough. Like, how would you even reference it? How do you reference a class without, like, creating the class? Right? Is that even possible? Like, how would I reference it? How would I deal with that? Like, how would I possibly translate 1 to New Ria? There is something. I deleted that script though. I mean, I still have it. It's backed up. So it's gonna be that it? No. I have to go back further. Here. This script, I think. Here. This is how you can write. We can create a dictionary like this that then fetches a new this. So yeah. Hello, Bucana, how's it going? So in the object database, at the top, let's type this. Like that. And then this is gonna be called like that. And then we make a and then here we do new entities.pc.ria, for example. But then RIA needs a tile position. Oh man. Ah. You can never win, dude. What does your code make for? Yeah, I'm making a turn-based RPG called Legends of Terrestria. Good morning, Ho-Ho. How's it going? Just finished morning workout and thought I'd check in to see how you're doing today. And we're doing okay. Running into issue after issue, though. So here I'm creating a database for objects themselves, so I can create an object and the constructor there just grabs all the pieces from the other databases. But to create her, or to create the object, I wanted to take a position where to create it. But when it comes to saving and loading, I kind of need to save each object as an index, like an integer. And then when I load, I need to be able to fetch the correct data to recreate the object. And I did this using dictionaries before with just like a data struct. And that worked fine because it was more simple. It was just like one data file and then I just loaded everything from that. While now all the behaviors and object data and animation stuff is in their own databases, and so now I need to give each object an ID, and then I somehow need to fetch the object like this. This is how I have done it before for something. But if I do it like this, if I fetch a 0 from the dictionary, I can fetch a new entity or a new object. But how do I pass in a variable? I don't know if I can. I don't know how else to do this. How can I fetch the constructor of a class, or like a new class, via an integer? which Discord do you think they are less anal in? Last type you state in a func delegate is the return type. Yeah. I mean, I do want it to be an LOT object. I just want it to be this one, right? So it works if I do that. I remove the position. Now it works, right? Now I can fetch a RIA using this function or this dictionary by just entering a 0. But to create a new object should take a position. But it doesn't look like you can do that. Func vector 3 points at a function that returns an object but takes a vector 3. Wait, you mean you add things into the func like this? But that won't work. Well, like, because I still won't be able to like pass anything into the dictionary. That's the thing. Because the idea is that I need a way to translate like a 0 into a new class. So I want to be able to just go to the dictionary, tell it give me 0, and then it spits back the object. But because the object, when it's created, needs a vector 3, it's not possible. Or, no, I haven't. So how the hell would that work? Like, how could I actually get a tile position? Why can I not access that? Object. LOT object database objects. But this worked. So why does this not work? Okay, so I can access it here. Int key out system func 0 and then it needs an out. How the fuck do you do that? think you can try get value and out a func as you normally would for a dictionary. Yeah, I just don't really know how to do that. As I was trying here, it's like databases dot okay. But it was there just now. There. LOT object database objects, right? Try get value. Then we pass in an integer, like 0. And then there's an out. But I don't really understand how to write this. Func. So this is now gonna be like a new... No? Like that takes a vector3 int. But like... But we're still not passing in a vector3. That's what I mean. So we have a func now. Have to invoke it? I do not know how this works. Okay. So what does that do? So I do LOT object test equals like that. That's very, very complicated. But if that works, then that is exactly what I need. So yeah, thank you. But it's I mean, it would still return a func no matter what. So even if I removed the tile position, it would still need to be a minimum of 2 lines, so... Yeah, that could work. This is I really don't like this. It's so clunky. Um, it's so clunky to deal with objects, right? So I wonder if maybe there's some other better way to do it. Like maybe I save their hash or some shit. I don't even know how that works. But like when it comes to objects, saving them is not that big of a deal. So it could be a lot more verbose. Like maybe I could just somehow save the whole thing. Because right now what we're doing is reference saving, right? So I'm just saving a basically a pointer to the data, and then I go and when I load, I just fetch that. So I'm just saving like a 0 or a 1 or a 2. But the additional issue is that I'm gonna have to save modified data anyway. So doing it this way is probably not the right way to go about it regardless. But rather saving like the RIA class somehow. That's where things get weird. It might still have to be a combination, like I do this to recreate the RIA class, and then I have like modified data saved that then gets applied to the new object. Yeah, yeah. Or rather, not exactly. I think the save system, I haven't done anything with it in ages, but I think for the objects, it might save more information right now, even right now. But for tiles and stuff, yeah. I'm using something called... What is it called? Google Flat Buffers. What I'm using. No, it was really good actually. It compressed my files to like ridiculous degrees. Because at first I was just using like JSON files, and when I saved levels, they were like 700 to like 200 or 2000 megabytes. And using flat buffers, they were like, I don't even know, like 79 kilobytes. Like it was insane. It was a big JSON file. But that's because I was saving so much garbage. So I am saving too much. I'm saving and loading too much. I think. Yeah, because this is what a tile looks like right now. In my save, it contains a lot of stuff. Contains an X and a Y, and that's not even its position. That's its position on the tile sheet. Contains an XY tile sheet. Contains an X2, Y2 tile sheet 2. That's because that's like a I got hiccups. That's like a detail layer. It contains a tile type, a floor number, a slice through tiles underscore bitwise, building ID, roof ID, room count, and all of this for like 1,000 times 1,000 times 50 tiles. Ended up being quite a lot at some points. Especially, I think in the beginning I was using integers instead of bytes as well for each value, which was not great. That made a big difference. But flat buffers is basically compression, so there's a lot of repeat information when it comes to the tiles, and I think it just deletes like 90% of it because of that. There was something I was gonna do today. Oh yeah. I need to run to the computer store and buy a DisplayPort cable. My mom bought me a monitor at the thrift store for $5, but it only takes VGA and fat DisplayPort. Weirdest thing I've ever seen. I'll take retro over fewer screens any day. The problem is, time has passed. So the second-hand stores, they don't get any 4:3 monitors anymore at all. They don't exist. And that's the only thing that fits on my desktop. I've got 3 4:3 monitors, and it's great. They're so good for secondary monitors because they take so much less space. Yeah, I've got a monitor up here. That's for Discord. I've got a monitor on the left. That's right now. That's for OBS, and then on the right, that's where I have browsers and shit. The one, that's my TV. I switch between this and the TV using this program. Because doing that manually sucks ass. So here you can save profiles and load them and bind them to like keyboard inputs. So I bind my TV to control Alt F12 and my desk to control Alt F11. So then I just like switch between kind of insane that I have to do, like, buy a... It costs like $40 to buy that program. Just to be able to do, like, some basic-ass shit. Display fusion? Yep. It does some other things too, but I turn off, like, all the functions. It adds a bunch of things by default that I don't like at all. Like, it's got Alt-Tab stuff here. Here in the functions, it adds, like, little buttons to the windows. And you can click it and it'll, like, move it over to another window or some shit. But I did delete all those. Or rather, I clear this entire screen. Just disable all of it. And then here in monitor config. No, it's... once you create profiles, it's supposed to get added here. Yeah, here, load monitor profile desk. Control Alt F11. Load monitor profile TV. Control Alt F12. There. But yeah, it's got some more annoying features, like some stuff there. But it lets you actually see, like, which monitor is which you can barely see in Windows. And what it also has, which is better than Windows, is it has snapping that isn't retarded. So in Windows, I can only snap this monitor to the bottom. But here, I can snap it any way I want with better control. Which is pretty big. But yeah, no. Really good program. Yeah, it's terrible. Like switching to a TV or something, it's horrendous. But yeah, I guess we solved that then. Hello, Cog. How's Legends of Terrestria? It's going good. Right now, though, it's got 74 critical errors, though, because I'm reworking things. I think most of these are actually just skills, though. So like they're not actual issues. What am I reworking? My objects were a little overcomplicated. I'm trying to separate things out of the object class and turning the stuff into modules instead, so that I'm trying to structure it more like Unity, where an object can have like an animation module attached, or a behavior module, or whatever. Because before, the object itself had everything on it, which made me think like, okay, if I'm gonna make an effect or something, maybe that doesn't need to be in whatever. You're not using Unity? Is it monogame? No, I'm still using Unity. I haven't switched to monogame yet. That's gonna be a while away. I want to get this prototype working first, and then I'm gonna move it over to Unity or to Monogame. But I haven't gotten there. Last year I got literally nothing done, 0, because I was burnt out, and I'm only just now like getting back to it. So it's kind of back where it was. Haven't missed much. So I'm trying to move that forward. But right now I'm mostly like trying to implement abilities and stuff, and I'm trying to think of the best way to do that, like how to structure the databases and whatnot. You see there are a lot of red things there on the side. Oh yeah, this. Input module, that's something I don't want to have anymore. That's not something that should be real. So I don't want objects to have input modules. Input module, that should be handled via the main controller with an object target, right? That's how that should work. Ugh. But yeah. I'm a little bit lost where to go right now. Have things subscribed to inputs. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends. Doing big reworks can be a little bit overwhelming. So I'm gonna have to rework some UI stuff. Unreal has good input handling. It has both. Yeah, I'm not really using much built-in stuff. I'm trying to avoid using built-in Unity functions as much as I can. But get input or the input is something that's hard to work around. Yeah, I mostly just have UI that's reliant on Unity right now, which is a bit of a problem, but we'll have to deal with that when the time comes. But I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. Making windows is kind of whatever. It's not really that big of a deal. I wouldn't want to commit to Unity either. Yeah, and even if I was, I still wouldn't want to work with Unity's stuff. How's Unity's compile time these days? Do you just mean like pressing the run button in Unity, or because I've never had a problem with that at all. As long as you're on an SSD, there are no issues. If you're trying to work on a hard drive, then I wouldn't blame Unity. You can't have the project on a hard drive. No, I have no problems with that at all. But my project is a bit different, so... But yeah, even if I was working with Unity or was going to rely on Unity, I wouldn't really want to rely on their functions that much. Because I think they're kind of sketchy around the block. But I'm gonna take a little break and go to the computer store. I want compilation to be like less than 10 seconds. Yeah, it's like 1 second for me. But I don't have much in the game right now or anything. Like I'm still doing the skeleton, really. But yeah, I'll be back in like 20-30 minutes as usual. I'm just gonna pop that up and I'll be back soon. So see you later. What? The computer store only had 1.5 meter cables. I don't know. Maybe that's enough. Fuck no. Would you have 1.5 meter cables? Are you out of your mind? 2 meters is like the minimum for a cable. Are you kidding me? Oh, ho, ho. Here we have a problem with the placement tool. It's trying to place unit data, but that doesn't exist anymore. So now we have to figure out how to do that in a different manner, which might be using the dictionary. I don't really know how else to do it. Because I don't know if there's a way to like refer to a class itself. You know, like make a variable that's just a class instead of a class object, and then refer to that like new that, you know, something like that. Because otherwise, I don't know how to call a class without using some kind of indexer or whatever. And either way, there needs to be a list somewhere. Because I need to generate a list, right? And I can't just generate a list based on all the statics in a class, or all the statics in a, or all the classes in my static object database. I don't know what to call it. Like, it's like a class database. So I still wish the dictionary could just return a class. Instead of returning like new class, I wanted to just return the class itself. I don't know if that's possible. I'm gonna actually ask C#. Can you just return the type? Like, can I type type? System.type test type. Can I type test type equals controller? I did something with this recently, didn't I? Like, how do you... I don't think so. Because this is something else. Dot get type, that would be... Because then I would need an instance. So I would need to make an instance and then return the type. But that's kind of defeating the purpose. So how could I... Like, I would like to be able to just say, like... Yeah, like, controller. This is that. Generics? Question mark? What does that mean? So if we do type of like that, and then what can we do with this then? Test type. So if I type controller font equals new test type. No, that doesn't work. Like, Activator. This returns an object. So you'd have to but casting it kind of defeats the purpose here, I think. Oops. Unless I can do that. No. So now I need to explicitly tell it to be a controller anyway, right? So like getting the type and all of that is kind of meaningless here. I can't even remember what I need anymore. Yeah, it's this here needs to be able to get a unit. How am I gonna do that? Object to place. Right? I think the only way to do this is to not include a position in the constructor and just set the position afterwards. Because it's becoming so weird otherwise. Unless I change this drastically to be different. It's like here, I'm trying to set... I'm setting the position. Maybe it could work. Like I'm setting the position here, and the position is based on the entity's size. So but maybe that's what needs to be different. I don't know. It's like I could place objects in the bottom left, I suppose. But it's not how it works. It kind of needs to be placed centered, because otherwise it becomes really weird with the pivot point on the object. Oh. Because something I would like to be able to do that would be nice is, for example, if we find the thing here, if this class is Ria, right? It would be nice if... Can a class even have a static in it? Yes. But I don't know if that would work anyway. No. Because it would be nice if I could have... Maybe the Ria class needs to be static somehow. But that wouldn't work either. But anyway, it needs to be in some kind of enumeration, right? Like it needs to be in a dictionary or a list or something. so that I can use the list to generate lists, right? They need to exist in lists. I don't really know what the best way to do this is. And that list needs to be intact between like, one time and another, even if there have been updates and changes and stuff. That's why I want to use a dictionary, because it's always set. So even if something is removed, it doesn't matter, right? But the thing is, even if I have a dictionary that lets me call a new class, which is what I'm doing right now, it's a func. It's calling a func that just returns a new class, basically, right? But I have to generate the class. Like, I have to generate an instance to be able to access what's inside of it. So I can't actually access like sprites or portraits or anything ahead of time here, right? So how do I solve that? Do I make like the data module static or something? Maybe it should be, and then I just access the data module instead. Because that could be a solution. But even if I access the data module, that only lets me generate lists. It's still like, I still need to be able to call a new class. This was so much easier before. Like, this feels much cleaner, but it's so much more frustrating to work with. Because before, I just accessed the data, and the data just contained like a name, a path to the sprites, that kind of shit. But now, everything is stored in a class, and the data doesn't exist until I create the class. Can I make it a static somehow? Maybe I make it like maybe I make the character a full static, and then I like copy it, make like a non-static copy of it. Could that be possible? Maybe not. It's not unusual to have elements in a database. Then when you want one, you get the object from the DB first, then call a copy function that returns a new instance of it. So instead of it being a class, you're saying what I was just saying. Just make this a static class. Somehow. But then it can't be an object. Oh. Because what I was thinking of doing here was just so that I could type like new RIA and it would just spawn that. But it's creating a lot of problems with automation and like loading systems and menus and shit like that. Maybe the database should be more something like an accessor, right? Like it, if we come here, it's just a static class that just points to everything, right? Instead of it having a constructor at all, it just has like an LOT. What is the issue? That doesn't work either, because the animation module takes a base object to be created. So I can't do that. I would have to change how that works too, so that when we create an animation module, that doesn't take a base object. In that scenario, I could maybe do something like that. So now this just contains an animation module, and then whenever I need to create a new RIA, we could have like a function here. That like return new LOT object. And then I kind of pass these things in. Does this make any sense? And then I do like animation module dot copy. It doesn't have a copy thing. Oh. then object data module dot copy, etc., etc. And then we get a new object. Would that make sense? It wouldn't look like that. It would look like yeah, you'd have to implement a copy method on each class. It's not built in, unfortunately, as there are different ways to make a copy. Yeah, I have made a copy before. Because before I was trying to do this using Unity scriptable objects. But I moved away. That's partially why I'm doing this now, to move away from that. Because I don't want the entire database to be reliant on a Unity function later on. Because that's going to be like 6 million years of work to redo all of that when I've implemented like 20, 30 characters. Because then this way, instead of this, right, this could be ria dot instantiate, and then accessing the dictionary here will just return the instance of the class. I don't know if I still want to always give it a position. Maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe that's just overcomplicating things. Maybe I just put it at 0, 0 by default, and then we change it afterwards. But that would also mean that an LOT object would need to take some things here, right? So if we're no longer taking a position, then we need to take all the modules. Or maybe we don't take anything. No, it needs an object data module minimum. So I was trying to do this by just making it, instead of it being an LOT object, it would be a RIA that inherits from LOT object. And that way I could just instantiate it any way I wanted to. But if I'm going to do it this way, then we're just going to return a basic LOT object, I think. And then all we should need to do is just say return and then this should take object data module, object data module, animation module, behavior module, and combat module. Right? And then here we say public static LOT object data module object data module equals this. Public static LOT behavior module and public static LOT combat object combat module. Right? I don't like this though. Right? Because now we have all of these modules here. But we could make this. This should be a class, or this should be a function that exists elsewhere. Like that. And then we have to, and this is what I don't like about this, because now I have to do temp object dot object data module dot base object. Oh no, data module doesn't have that. Animation module dot base object equals temp object dot behavior module dot base object equals temp object dot behavior no dot combat module dot base object equals temp object, right? And I think that's kind of stupid, but I can also write a function in here called something like, I mean, maybe it could be part of initialize, right? We simply do if animation module, if a module does not equal null, then a module dot base object equals this. If behavior module does not equal null, that. If combat module does not equal null, then that. Right? So then that solves that, I guess. I don't really like this approach, but I guess it works. And here then we can just instantiate this. Hmm. But this again doesn't help me. The issue still remains. How do I generate a list using this? This is so shit. Because even if I just use the object data module here and like add that, make a list out of the data module so I can access the sprites, I still won't be able to use the same entry to actually instantiate the thing. That's what's bothering me. Like, what the fuck should I do? Like, I need to generate a window here, right? Like this. And then in the window, it needs to generate a list of objects that I can generate, right? So this is gonna be 0, 1, 2, 3. And then here we have a portrait, you know. Here we have another portrait. Here we have another one. Here's another one. And when I click this, that's going to prime the mouse for spawning that where I want to click. Or it should spawn this guy, right? If this is highlighted, or if this is selected. Then that should generate this guy when I click. And that's what's just not clicking with me right now. It's like if I store all the characters like this as objects here, then I don't have an easy way to, like, I feel like I can do one or the other. I feel like I can have an easy way to access the sprites and stuff here, because if it's a static class and it contains a static object data module, then I can just access that and read the sprite. But I can't do that via the list properly. Or like it would have to be like ria.object data module. And that's what we return, right? So this would just be an LOT object data module instead of the func. No, it should just be like this. Right? So now I can type objects LOT object database dot objects. Oh, I can't access it here. I don't know why. Dot objects. The fuck. Oh, right. It's because this is wrong. There. LOT object database dot obj. Are you kidding me? That just shouldn't matter. I mean, I accessed it before. There we go. So we go objects 0 dot, and then here I can access like object icon and shit like that. But that's about it. So do I need to make like a container? Like a container class for this? So I can just... Or maybe this should be like... Maybe I only do the object data module? Because there is kind of a way to do this. So if we move this to the object data module, then if the object data module contains all of these, then we can just instantiate the object data module. Like, would that make more sense? So here, if we go to RIA, we then unremove this, or rather we can do it like this. And we go back here, we get rid of that. Right? So now we can have a static object data module that can then instantiate based on this. Like that. But then this would have to be this would have to copy, right? Because it's not doing that right now. Because then here now, if this is how it's done, then I don't really like this, but this is one way to do it. Or I can make like an entire class in here that does something else. Now I can just go in and say like ria object data module dot instantiate and then this is gonna return or rather it's gonna be like that, right? It's gonna access the static object data module, and then from that we can call instantiate. So that's one way to do it. This could also be something else. This could be, you know, I could name this like core or something. Like object core. Or just object data. Or something. I don't really, I would prefer it if you just went into RIA here and like you just accessed RIA as a thing instead. That feels like it would make more sense, but this could make sense. This is like the closest I've come to making sense here. But it's also kind of weird because I do want like the data module containing these is also kind of weird. So that's why I think it should just be one container that just contains the modules.
Something like that. Jesus.
I guess thinking of what to name it. What to name this? Control 4. Data. Modules. I think that might be it. I think that might be it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go eat, and I'll be back in a bit. Not gonna stream for that long today. I'm gonna watch the Warcraft 3 OnlyFans Invitational later. It's gonna be terrible, but we'll see. I'm still gonna watch it. Regardless, thanks for hanging. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. The OnlyFans Warcraft 3 Invitational that Grubby is hosting. Anyway, see ya.